present. Thank you. At this time, could you please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge prayer and call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your head in prayer. Dear God, we seek your help with our affairs today. Bless this meeting with your divine intelligence and help us to make the best use of our own. We are of diverse opinion here, yet we wish to mend our differences and reach an agreement satisfactory to all. Please share a little of your wisdom with us to help us do right by all concerned. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Amen. Call to action.
All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives and the future they create.
Thank you. Okay, before we start our business, I'd like to go over the rules of decorum, please. First of all, on the operating procedures, there will be no outburst or other demonstration by any spectator. There shall be no standing. Everyone shall take a seat. There will be no signs allowed. If there are signs, they must be on your lap during the course of the meeting. And then at all times, board members and superintendent will conduct themselves with the utmost professionalism and respect toward one another, toward members of the administration, toward employees, and toward members of the community. During board meetings, board members will not carry on a debate among each other. All questions must be directed to the board president. When a trustee is about to speak in debate or to communicate any matter to the board or internal committee, the member shall address the president or, as the case may be, the presiding officer. A trustee who desires to speak on a pending question shall address the president or presiding officer, and having obtained recognition, may speak in an orderly way. Board members must be recognized by the board president before speaking. The board president must recognize each board member when a board member raises his or her hand asking for the floor or asked to be recognized. No trustee shall speak more than once in any debate concerning a matter for the board's or internal committee's deliberation until every trustee desiring to do so shall have spoken, and no trustee shall speak more than twice in any one debate. The board president must recognize all board members once, such that all board members have an opportunity to address each issue under consideration before recognizing board members a second time on the same issue under consideration as per Robert's Rules of Order. 5 minutes are allowed for each board member to comment. The board's discussion on any item should not exceed 35 minutes, and the board president at her discretion may extend that amount of time if needed. At no time during a board meeting, whether a regular or special call meeting, and whether in open or closed session, shall a board member use his or her cell phone or engage in texting. The use of phones or texting demonstrates a lack of respect for the proceedings and may, under certain circumstances, even be a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Board members will refrain from private discussions during any board meeting, whether in open or closed session. In the event of an emergency, board members will excuse themselves from the meeting to address the emergency. Thank you. Board members, I do have a change order of the day. Under discussion and possible action, the budget workshop will come after item number 1, which is the pay and compensation plan. Items number 2 and 3 should follow the workshop because they're related to the budget. So after number 1 on the pay and compensation, then we will move on to the budget workshop, and then to the other 2 discussion and possible action items. Okay, so our first item on the agenda is presentation and reports. And it's number 1, oral and written report on the school district's financial rating, School First, released by the TEA on August 8, 2009. Dr. Flores.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We've got Ed here with the Education Service Center, who's going to help me present on this. so the preliminary rating for the district is superior. Thank you. And we did increase our score from last year of a 90 to a 94 this year. And I think Ed's going to try to highlight the increases from.
Sure. So a couple things. First, Ms. Fowler, thank you, and members of the board, and Dr. Flores. Wanted to highlight a couple of things. For those of you, since we have new board members, just need to know that items number 1 through 4, even though it has a 2A and a 2B, these are things the district has to reflect on the annual audit. And these are indicators that if any one of them is a no, will be an automatic failure for the district, regardless of the number of points below. So again, I want to celebrate the fact that they're all yeses. The audit report, which was clean, earns you the yes. So that's the first hurdle that the district needs to pass. The second hurdle then become the numbers underneath. The most that you can score in any of the indicators, starting with number 6, is 10 per each category. So you'll see that there are 10s in all of them except for numbers 7 and 8. And we'll talk about those in a minute. What I want to call attention to is the administrative cost ratio at number 11. We know that we talked about that one before. And it is 10 out of 10, the highest possible. And this is the first time that has occurred. It is something that this board has made a priority, and over the last 5 years have been working towards. So congratulations on the part of the administration in terms of working that. It spans several administrations to earn that. So now the idea is to keep that moving forward. There are 2 categories, 7 and 8, that are where you did not earn the 10. So you got an 8 and a 6. One of the things you also need to know that increments in the first are by 2 points. So it's not, so it's basically 3 steps away on number 8 and 1 step away on number 7. And those are tied to data that is reported by the school district. And there's a scale that the agency puts out that corresponds to where the 6 falls and where the 8 falls. And so that's why the district ends up there. Again, 96 is a strong. The other thing I took the liberty of doing was taking a look at the scores for each of the school districts in Bexar County. And the average score is 94. So this school district is smack in the middle in terms of that. And again, as Ms. Kaiser said, over time, the district has continued to increase the scores. They changed slightly about 5 years ago. It was a much lower scale. 16, I believe, was the passing, but the total was 32. So again, doing very well. Always had a tradition of doing that. But again, item number 10 was, item number 11 was the one that was extremely important to this board. So questions about that? Be glad to answer. This is obviously, the other thing I need to tell you is they are required to be released by the agency by August 8th every year. And every 3 years, the agency is to go back and to look at those indicators to see if there are any changes they wish to make in consultation with the comptroller. And then just a couple of years ago, they started to switch to the A through F. Before it used to be just, standards of, above standard, etc. So they moved to the A to F, so the district has an A rating again this year.
And once it's final.
Yes, once it's final in November, then hopefully we'll produce those. Yeah, and then you're required to have a public meeting. Yes, thank you, sorry. You're required to have a public meeting about that.
Yeah, board members, any questions for Mr. Votto or staff on the rating?
I do.
Yes, Mr.
First of all, thank you for the presentation, and congratulations to everyone involved for achieving that score of 10 and a superior rating. I think that's been communicated. You're exactly right. That was a priority of the board. Questions on items 7 and 8. What are the that we didn't score a 10 on? What are some of the factors? What are some of the things that go into those specific categories that we measured or that administration provides data for that results in that score?
Let me pull the details.
Yes, sir.
of these, okay. So when you look at number 7, and let's start with number 7. Okay, thank you. They have a sliding scale. So basically, the district's score on that one was a 2.94. 3 is the top. Okay. And so as a result of that, you ended up with an 8, which is the one below 10, basically. So they use a percentage score, and the agency sets that sliding scale. Okay, so as a result of that, and that is the measure of current assets to current liabilities, and the current assets in this one was 51.002 463, and the current liabilities is 17,347,499, which gave a mathematical breakdown of 2.94. And that falls within the scale the agency produced for this year as an 8. Okay, so that was number 8. And number 7. That was 7. Sorry, it's called test 7. And test 8 ended up with a 6. And this is based on 2. One is, again, the long-term liabilities and total assets, as well as the total number of students. And this is the one that has been problematic not only for this district but for others, as they're losing students. And so you ended up with a 0.07, which puts you in the 6th category, sliding scale of 6. So if you go to, when you look at the report online, if you click on the what's red text, it will take you straight to the calculation and will also show you the sliding scale. And again, that's reflecting students back between 2014 to 2018.
The reason why we didn't print the detail on that for y'all is because this is strictly preliminary. Staff has not even had we just received this, we've not even had the time to verify our PIMS data, all the audit data, everything to make sure that TA did pick up all the right numbers. And that is something that we want to make sure of, instead of just accepting that
Yes, ma'am.
we've got that.
Okay, thank you.
So the bottom line is it could go up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
Any
Either
other
way,
questions?
yes, it's good.
Mr. Lotto, staff? Mr. Lotto?
Thanks for the presentation. I just have one question on that last item. You said it was .07 out of what particular separation? Of 6, score of 6 on the last item, number 8. .07 out of what?
6.
Yeah, it creates a 6.
Well,
Oh, is that, what did you say? Oh, okay, so it's on a sliding scale. They're doing it out of 1.0. So,
okay,
yeah.
0.7 out of 1.
Mhm.
But they well, so it's in increments of 2.
So it's a .70,
Okay,
yeah.
So the lowest it would be below 0.6. So the actual, here's the deal, the mathematical calculations below the line. What's up on top is a scale from 10 to 0. And so those are 2-point increments. Underneath is not a 2-point, it's a scale between 0.60 and 1.
And they're golf scores, so the lower number the better.
So, yeah, okay.
Essentially,
I just wanted
60 to 100.
clarification on that. But yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else on this side? No? Okay. I want to make a comment first. I am ecstatic that we have gotten a 10. I'm the one that's always pushing to get us to a 10. And I think Dr. Flores, in our conversations about when we discussed administrative cost ratio, I think you had mentioned to me that this rating, you felt comfortable that we were going to have a 10 because these were the numbers from the previous administration, from Dr. Saavedra, when he was here. So because of the cuts that he's made, we were able to give this 10 from this rating because it's in arrears. But from this time on, whatever scores we give, it'll be under your leadership at that time. So I was glad to see a superior and a 10, and Mr. Rivera says we've done very well compared to other districts in San Antonio, so I hope we get recognition for it. They're not even here. So, but I'm happy to see that. My only concern that I have is that, that we need to keep it at a 10. And I'm concerned that it's going to drop if we don't monitor the administrative cost ratio. I know Dr. Footage has said that you're working hard to try and keep that at a 10. But recently I know that we've had some vacancies that have been filled, and actually there was 4. It was the COS, the CFO, the CAO, and the HR, and those vacancies were filled from the outside.
Right.
So that is not helping our cost ratio because it's not being filled from within, from the functions 41 and 21. So I'd like to, if I can, and Mr. Rodriguez, if you'll time me, I do not want to go over my 5 minutes.
I got you.
You gave us a campus directory for 1920,
Right.
because there's been a lot of movement in the campus. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just find out the functions from where these people came from. Some are campus to campus, but you may have had some transfers, because a lot of names I don't recognize.
Right.
Maybe from central office that are in campus that I'm not familiar with.
Sure.
So if you'll bear with me, Mr. Garanza, I think he was from Shepherd and is now at Athens. And he's 23, function 23, is school leadership.
Well,
Correct.
so the way that you're ideally supposed to set up how you set up the fund where the administrators are being funded out of, it depends also a lot on what duties that they serve.
Right.
So so you can have a position being funded out of several functions, not just one specific, when set up the right way, because of the amount of time that you do spend in handling certain responsibilities that go just beyond simply labeling something, function 41, function 21. So that's how you look at those positions.
Okay, but I think this will give us an idea of where are we now and what do we need to work on so that we can maintain that 10. Our VP for Athens is a Miss Vidya. Did she come from within or is she an outsider? Do we know?
So the way you want to look at whether they're from the outside or from within, if you're having a vacancy, if somebody resigns, that position still will be funded. And so if you replace it, even if it's from an outside person, it doesn't mean that we have twice the number of people. It means that somebody resigned, left the position, or received a promotion, but it's always about filling a hole. So it's not about expanding the number of personnel that we have, because we're not expanding the number of personnel. For sure at Central Admin, there's been positions that were left unfilled just so that we can continue to minimize the overall administrative cost. So when you're saying, like, for example, when we've hired a lot of folks, even folks that I don't interview, I don't see, they go through the process because of the needs of the district. But if we have a person that's leaving a position, to go to another district, to retire, whatever it is that they're doing, it still doesn't increase our cost by replacing that individual with somebody else, whether it's from within or from outside. Does that make sense?
Okay, I understand. But if you don't mind, if you indulge me, if you could just give me the function, if they're from 23 school leadership or if they're from 41 or 21. That's all I'm asking.
Right.
That's okay.
And I don't have information in front of me, but typically when you have campus administration, it doesn't come out of function 21 and 41.
Okay. But if it's school leadership, that means they're at a campus.
Sure, but it would be function 23 or something
Yes,
else,
that's
right?
23, exactly.
Right.
So, and that's all I'm distinguishing.
Sure.
Are they 23 or are they 41 or 20? That's all I'm asking.
For campus, typically it's
23. But like Ms. Vidia from Athens, the VP, I don't know, was she an existing employee at a campus and was just moved to Athens?
Right, she applied for the transfer to be assistant
Okay.
principal at Athens.
So it was a wash because it's 23 to 23, nothing
Right.
changed on
Right.
that. Okay, that's all I'm asking.
I got it.
And then on Armstrong, I think Mr. Del Peña, he was at the Kindred, is that correct?
Yes.
For
Del Peña?
Armstrong?
He was coming from the high school.
From the
Is
high
that
school.
correct?
Okay,
Yes,
he's
high
now
school.
at Kindred, right?
Delabene was coming from the high school.
He's at Armstrong.
Who's responsible?
Ms. Oscar.
Oh, okay.
She's helping out with that. They live in day-to-day.
Can I direct to her then?
If
Are
she
you
knows
familiar
what
with the staff?
positions
If I know, ma'am, I don't mind answering.
Okay, so Mr. Del Peña was at the high school and he's now in Kindred,
At Armstrong.
at Armstrong, okay, and so it's campus to campus, so he's 23. And then you have Hernandez Lopez as the VP,
Yes, she is at Armstrong, and she was from here at Central, actually.
Oh, she came from administration. Okay, so she, okay, that's good, so she's.
And if I get stuck, I'm gonna defer to Ms. Villion.
And she was probably a function 21, I'll bet.
I don't know.
No, ma'am. Anybody that's at the campus typically function 23, and function 23 does not apply to the administrative cost ratio.
But she was at central office, she said.
Oh, if they were centralized, is that who we're talking about?
She was an ESL, the ESL facilitator.
Okay, but if she's an ESL facilitator, it doesn't come out of function 41 or 21?
She's at 13, I believe.
Function 13?
Function 13.
I'm sorry?
A function 13.
13, function 13, okay. And so, Ms. Montemayor Benavides, she still, that has no change, right?
So right now, everybody's just trying to recall based off of memory. Do you want us to get a breakdown of how everybody's funded, all of our administrators?
Well, I
Would you
think
like
that would be good. I don't want to, I mean, if I can do
Yeah,
this.
1 minute left.
Okay. I'm going to try and get my second round, and if I don't complete it, then maybe you can,
Well, because
the
it's kind
list
of
that you gave me
guessing
here,
where
you
everybody's
can
coming
give
from.
me what the functions are. If I could get that, maybe that would be
We
good.
can work on another report for you for that.
Well, I don't want to
if you
report, Dr. Flores. I can just sit here and take the notes if you'd
Well,
like.
but we don't have that information at hand, that's what I'm
Okay,
saying. 'cause
all
we're
right. Well,
prepared
how
to
about our
respond to
HR
that.
lady? Would she not know?
Yeah.
Well, not off the top of our head.
Okay.
I mean, you have to get, how many administrators are we talking about? How long is it?
Well, it's the list that you gave us by campus.
Okay, so we're talking like 20, 30 people,
I don't
something
know
like
the
that?
number, but it's
Okay,
the
yeah,
campus.
it's
list,
gonna be a
right?
little hard. We can get you the information, though. It's not a
Okay, what I'll do is I'll have Michelle make a copy,
Mhm.
and if you can just identify the functions.
Sure, not a problem.
That's perfect. Okay, that'd be great. All right, so moving on then, I think that's all we have for the first rating, unless anybody else has anything else to.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just briefly? And we're coming up on the close of the year. The amount of money, just in terms of the ratios, the amount of money that we spent both on the fields and on the upgrades of the 3 campuses, well, if we're paying attention, will extend the useful life marginally, not hugely, of those facilities, which should be reflected in an increase in the value of the assets. It's not going to be overnight success, it's not going to be billions of dollars, but it's something that we need to pay attention to when we revalue the assets in the district, because what we're doing on that did improve the useful life and therefore the appraised value of them. So that will have an effect on what those ratios are a bit. It's not like I said, it's not going to go bazillions of dollars, but it's something that we need to make sure, because the auditor doesn't put the values on them. I'm having that argument with another district. The auditor looks at our depreciation schedules, so we need to do that ourselves. We need to do it rationally, but it's something that we have to look at. The other thing on the other ratio, just to note, is that as you, on the second one, as you pay debt down, long-term debt, every year that goes by, that ratio gets a little bit better because your long-term debt goes down as against the value of the assets. Just those things a little bit take care of themselves as you go by.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. Okay, the next item on the agenda is oral and or written report.
I think Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
One
Ibarra.
question over the last item, just to clarify kind of what, are you inferring, and I don't know, that's why I'm asking, the functions, whether if I don't know if this is a question for you or just a clarification question on what you're asking, but if somebody comes from outside the district into a position and you fund them differently than if they move up within the district, is the cost different for that?
Not necessarily, but it just goes based on what the role and responsibility is based on the position. So if you were a teacher and you got moved into administration, I mean, you're filling the vacancy that now has administrative roles, and that's funded differently than teaching.
What's the inference, Madam Chair? if you don't
Well,
mind
it's
coming in there?
it's not so much the cost, it's the administrative cost ratio. It's how many, we were top heavy is what it was boiling down to. We had too many people in the administrative category. So we needed to bring that down, and that's where Dr. Saavedra had made all those cuts. And we were able to go from, I think it was an 8 to a 10 by doing that. But he did that by, in case in point, he did it with Mr. Balderrama. Mr. Balderrama was a function 41, he was administrator, and he moved into a campus to fill a position there as a VP. So therefore, That's it. You were able to say, okay, now we've moved them into a function 23 as opposed to 41. We're not as top heavy anymore. So that's the administrative cost ratio, is to lower your administrators, the top heavy numbers that you have, because actually that will have an impact on the instruction as well. So that's what it is. We're at a 10, and I just don't want to lose that, that's all.
But, so, I think if I understand correctly, if there's a position that we need to fill,
Right.
it doesn't matter if it comes from outside the district or within the district.
Right.
Fill that one,
Right.
that category,
Right.
wherever it comes from doesn't change the dollar amount that we're paying, one. And
Right.
two, the function where it's coming from.
Correct.
And like I said, it has nothing to do with the dollar value as far as this position, but and no one is saying that he cannot. Dr. Flores has every right to put whatever he wants in those positions. If he feels these are the right people, then he should do that. That's in his contract, he has every right to do that. No one's saying not to. What we're saying is, let's keep it at a 10, let's try and monitor that, and not go back, drop down to a 6 or an 8. And that's what I'm looking at.
And we're being very mindful.
Good, okay. All right. Is that it, Mr.
That's all I
Lopez? Okay, thank you. Okay, next item is oral and or written report on the status of the reopening of Athens, Kazan, West Campus High School, and Olivares Complex and related matters thereof. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It's slightly green. It is, should be updated on your computers. This was the report that I read off to you last week, but it has been updated now. In general, I'll just run through real quick and give you an idea of what's been completed. So at Athens, the demolition is done there, and the ceiling tile replacement is at 85%. The wall addition, which is in the library, is complete. The PC tile replacement is 95% complete. Carpet replacement in the library is complete. New doors and new windows have a lead time of 6 to 8 weeks. So that will be those two areas that we talked about inside the library. October 5th is the time that we're expecting that to come in. The wall base, or the barrier that goes around the wall thresholds, that is 95% complete. Millwork, the circulation desk is at 80% complete. Paint and then the accent walls are 90 and 95% respectively. All of the jobs outside of the new doors and new windows are scheduled to be done by the 18th. So of course we'll start to, what we will have pending in that main building will be those doors and windows. Going to Kazan, we've got the circulation desk at the same percentage at 80%, the ceiling tile at 85%, the VCT replacement at 95%, carpet in the library is done, the wall base is 95%, paint, internal and accent is at 95 and 90 and 95% respectively. And all of these jobs are scheduled to be done by the 18th as well, so before school starts. At Olivares, we've got more timelines available for you on this now. The demolition is scheduled to be complete by 9/15, ceiling tile replacement 8/18, addition of walls 9/16, new millwork for the entry at 9/16, new doors 9/29. The toilet partitions are still on a approximate of 6 to 8 weeks. The epoxy floor is 9/22, carpet replacement is 10/06. The signage has not been determined yet, and then the paint there is 8/18 complete with 95%. The annex outside of Olivares, we've got the new storefront doors that are scheduled to be done by November 1st. The wall base is scheduled to be done by the 16th of September. The ceiling tiles, paint, and fire systems are all scheduled to be done by this Sunday, the 18th. And at West Campus, we've got the demo of our millwork and the demo of our doors completed. We've got new walls, doors, and exit lights at 80% with a completion date of this Sunday. Paint and signage. Paint will be done this Sunday. The signage, we do have that additional signage that we were going to be including that won't be here on the 31st, so after school starts. In the science building, A majority of this work will be done by Sunday. We have the demoing of the existing signage, the ceiling tile replacement, and the paint internally and externally done by this Sunday, and then the new sidewalk is scheduled for September 16th. That's what I have to present to you on that. Any questions?
Board members, any questions for Mr. Shulman on the campuses?
I think it's supposed to go first.
Anybody else?
I don't think I have 5 minutes like Gilbert, so can I go first?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Glover.
I just have a question. So Kaizen, to what degree is Kaizen being open?
Kaizen, we are opening wing 1, 2, and 5. So that would be the first 2 wings, and then the wing on the right-hand side that you see is considered the science wing. The auxiliary gym, the 3rd and the 4th wing will not be open, and then the portable building, the portable units will not be open.
Auxiliary gym, so the main gym will be open.
Oh, yes, definitely, yeah, that gym's been refinished, and it's really good.
At Athens, what portion of Athens is going to be open?
Essentially, the entire campus of Athens is open.
The whole-
For the start of school, the main building was the main priority, so that will be open by the start of school, by the 19th. The central location there. I don't have a ETA on the annex. I was asked earlier of me. I don't have an ETA on that right now. It's broken down, but there's a lot of work that overlaps it. So as soon as contractors are done doing the work at the campuses themselves or the areas that will be housing students, they'll move on to those other environments, including like boulevards. And so the existing at Athens would be the annex and the gym. The gym, we have a location for the kids to have PE, so it's not like they're going without, but also it's a high priority to get that completed, but it's our staging area right now.
But the goal is that within this school year, that whole school will be open.
Oh, definitely.
We're trying to get that.
Definitely, yeah.
Up and running as soon as possible. The first priority right now is the classrooms where the learning is occurring, and the spaces, the common spaces. And then the annex is right next on the list to take care of. We're prioritizing first. We're about to receive kids on Monday, so we're ready there.
The gym, the environment underneath Athens, that first little environment that you see at a lot of our elementaries, and the classroom are all available for first day of school currently.
Thank you, sir.
So just the annex will be pending.
Anything else, Mr. Glover? Mr. Jim? Okay. Anyone else? I think Mr. Rodriguez, you were next.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Mr. Schuman, thank you for the update on these dates. So I was actually going to ask the same questions that hadn't been answered over the past couple meetings, but I think some of them have just been answered. Looking at the work for Olivares, there's dates on there. So when I asked the last meeting when we anticipate administration moving over to Olivares, and you said you didn't know, and I asked when we think we would know, you said that you didn't know. So based on these dates, we anticipate sometime after, at the end of September, beginning of October. What are we looking at now based on these dates and this work that you just reported on? When do we expect administration to start moving on?
So what's our longest time frame there? Toilet partitions, sitting on 2 months? I mean, I don't have a hard date for you, if you're asking for a time and date right now.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean,
what I'm asking for.
It would be, I would imagine after that 8-week period, so
Okay.
they could install those items.
Why is it taking so long?
Why is what taking so long?
Why is it taking so long for Olivares to be prepared for administration? At least those initial 108 that were identified a few meetings ago. Why is it taking so long to have those 108 move over? Why is the work taking so long? Is it because we started late, or?
Well, like we spoke about before, the prioritization was the classrooms, the environments that the kids are going to be in.
Right, and it was, which includes here, right? Which includes the kids here.
Indeed.
Which,
Our
which,
campus
which,
is mentioned
which,
down here.
let me know when I can finish. So and that includes the kids here, right? Not just the kids there. We're talking about the kids here at West Campus as well. It includes them. As much as some people may not want them to be included, which is how I'm starting to feel, it includes them. So in order for them to be housed here, administration had to be moved out, correct? So my question is, why is the work taking so long when we've had timelines that have been proposed? We even approved the one. We even approved the timeline. So why is the work at Olivares taking so long for administration to come over, which is impeding the work here at West Campus High School? That's what I would like to know.
Well, sir, we do have available learning spaces, and we've been working in the setup to where the kids are going to be able to have school.
I understand, Dr. Flores. My question is,
Hold on to these, like Dr. Flores said.
And so the whole concept is we're wanting to ensure that the kids have their available learning spaces, and as we prioritize the resources that we have to ensure that all the campuses are ready to receive the kids, the Olivares complex has been the one that has been taking longest because we're prioritizing the DEP building before anything else in Olivares and all the other spaces that we have, Caves and Athens and even here. So we feel confident that the kids can have their learning space and be able to carry out class here while we work on transitioning over the course of the month and a half or whatever long it's going to be today. Olivares, once we get the schools up and running, that becomes the next top priority. If it happens sooner, and we can get it done sooner, then the sooner we'll make the transition.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. My second question was going to be relative to, so we talked about Caves in a bit, and the units that were going to be over there and available to receive kids. So we've had a whole week and a half of registration go by. Do we have any rough estimate on enrollment at Caves and Athens, West Campus? Are we going to be prepared? Do we have any initial numbers for that? And if we do, what, may I ask what they are?
I know we're scheduled to give a presentation at an upcoming board meeting on that.
If I may interject.
Yes, ma'am.
That's one of the items that's going to be on the meeting for the 21st, a report on enrollment.
How many more minutes do I have?
We have two.
2 minutes, okay. Cool. Let me look over my questions here one time. I did notice the Twitter account for West Campus High School go up. I did notice the webpage go up, so I appreciate that. What would be absolutely cool was if the West Campus Twitter account would actually have the cougar as the actual image there, like all the other campuses do. It's got the district image on there when it should have maybe the same image that we got on the banners hanging everywhere. So if we could, you know, it would create some excitement and some more buzz. Now that in fact it is online, and we could actually use the West Campus Cougar emblem on there, that would be phenomenal. Network connectivity. Where are we at on network connectivity for all three buildings? Are we going to be hot and online on Monday?
Good to go, sir.
Good to go? Does that include all of Olivares? Are we fired up there?
No,
No
sir.
connectivity? What do we have pending now?
We have the DEP completed.
Okay. So the main building is pending what? I think the last update was cabling. Has that been completed and certified and punched down? Are we hot there? No? How much longer do we anticipate that? Because I don't see that on the report. It'd be nice to have a timeline on when that cabling would be. So I guess my point is the board updates that we get, if we can reflect that into the timeline, so that way we can get a clear picture of where we are. You know what I mean? And maybe avoid asking these questions.
Mr. Rodriguez, your time is up,
Thank you.
so I'll give you an opportunity if there's more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Guerra, Mr. Rodriguez, anybody else have any questions on the reopening of the campuses? Okay. Mr. Flores.
I understand. So I just wanted to get an update on the school zone in front of the case. Have you heard anything from the city of San Antonio? If that's going to be up and running, or are we going to have school?
Well, in the event that the city doesn't move fast enough, which can't be the case, because they haven't followed up with us on that issue specifically, we're prepared to have coverage with our police department to help manage traffic and whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I mean, because of course I want school safety
By all means.
priority.
Yes, sir.
In the mornings when I'm passing by, where's because they're used to already not
Not
recognizing
slowing
the
down
sign.
for.
Especially because, you know, school started other districts, and so they're driving by, and I'm like, man, I wonder what it's going to be like next week, and they're not, you know, conditioned for it, you know, so I hope we're there to enforce it. Okay. And one other, I didn't write it down. Oh, the sign, the Bexar County Sheriff signs in front of Olivares, are those like, how easy can those be removed, or how can that be removed, you know?
That's a great question. I don't know
they're uprooted. You know, because I've had some proud parents say, hey, we should take off those signs up in front of the, you know, like, go do it. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't say that, but I'm just like, wow, you know what, I passed by it and I'm grown attached to it, so hopefully.
No, the next point of focus is the Levitas complex, so that we can get that up and running. What the first priority has been in schools.
Hopefully we get mocked. All right, that's it.
That's it. Okay. Anybody else? Sure. Mr.
Just
Webb?
on the, school crossing and all that for Athens, because of that one section, are y'all gonna have security there or patrol?
Yeah, anywhere that we have new campuses that may not have the necessary safety precautions, we're looking to ensure that we have the necessary support. I know that in speaking with the new district councilwoman, she said she'd like to be actively involved and present, and so I look forward to seeing her there so she can see herself what the traffic's looking like. So we're looking to be set up for that.
So is that the district board?
Yes, that is.
Oh, okay. So, we have to wait for her to get the crosswalk approved?
No, we don't necessarily have to wait for her. She just said that she's going to be there herself to go look and see what the traffic's looking like. And we're still working with the city to get all those pieces in place. I know we've reached out.
Anybody else? I just have a couple of questions. And Mr. Schulman actually had answered my question about the annex. We still don't know, have a definite date, because that's where we're going to have the wraparound services. So I know that once the campuses are up and running, that will be the next focus, is to get that going. So I'm glad with that. There is, because I walk through there every day, there is a lot of trash in front of Athens. I don't know if it's the workers are still working, there's trash bags and stuff. It doesn't look very inviting. So we need to keep that clean because we've got this big welcome sign and then the premises around the perimeter are not being kept clean. So, you know, I don't know if this, whose job that is. I don't know if we have a custodial yet, maybe, that does that, but we want to make sure we keep that area clean because we want it to look inviting in there.
Hey, did you notice we fixed the sign on the fence?
The cupboard?
Yeah, the-
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we saw the picture.
He writes again, that's right.
There we go.
And the other thing was, I had mentioned the side wall where the trucks go back into the kitchen area. That wall really is dirty and needs to be pressure washed. It's black all around the edge there at the bottom. If you've not seen it, you need to go walk that area and see. It's where the delivery trucks go into the back there. And you can see it, because as the parents are driving up Gerald, you can see it, and it just really looks bad. The paint looks good, you know, they painted the blue trim, and they painted the white and everything, but that really looks nasty. So if we can get that pressure wash, that adds to the appearance of the building. So, I don't know.
We've added 80 for accent walls, and I know that, I mean, folks are working 24/7, working out.
And what is the status of the walls inside the classroom? Because the last report I got was that they were going to paint one wall in a color in every classroom. Is that still planned? And has it started?
It will be, so on here, the painted accent walls are the last item on there, is a 95% complete at Athens. So all the, I know bottom, the first floor, I know all those have been painted.
Okay.
I know that it's kind of early this morning, I don't know about the top floor though.
Okay, so they've already started?
But they will be completed by the start of school.
They will. Okay, all right. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Flores, we have a second round.
Okay, Dr. Flores, on the website for Kaizen, because I look at all those sites for all the schools, and I'll scroll right to the bottom if I don't remember the phone number, so I'll call. But Kaizen has a phone number that's disconnected, and so I called, I was like, okay, you know, anyhow. But I looked further up, and the phone number was there, but where I conditioned to look, it's the wrong number.
It's just a matter of aligning the numbers.
Well, it's, like I said, the right one's at the top, but because I go on the website, I scroll down to the bottom, and it says phone and fax. I tagged on the number, and I called it, it was disconnected, so hopefully it can be corrected.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Okay. Anybody else for second round? No?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Mr.
I
Rodriguez?
just wanted to, if I could follow up on the answer on the KV that Oliva has. When do we expect it all to be done? And I know done means run, punch down, certified, ready for it to get plugged into the switch.
Yeah, I don't have any other than at least 3 weeks right now.
At least 3 weeks from now. You mentioned, when you were talking about hazing, you mentioned the portables. I thought those were supposed to be picked up and disposed of.
That's the ideal goal, but as,
Well, we budgeted for it, didn't we?
yes, we did.
You brought us the cost and we said, yeah, get rid of them, but they're still there.
Timeline will answer.
Okay, so when do we anticipate? Because I think you also had a concern about them having asbestos and all that other legitimate concerns, yes. But on Monday, we're gonna have little ones.
No, they will not have access to those environments.
So when do we anticipate getting rid of the portables?
It'll be done in the next budget year.
In the next budget year. So it could be next year, right? A year from now, right?
Well, we would like to select a time when the students aren't there to remove them.
Where, in what building is the Academy of Choice going to be housed at Casey? Have we identified that yet?
No, sir, we don't have a specific place, but there's plenty of space
Okay,
to be able to build a house. And if we can reestablish some of the wings that are not right now currently being used, that may be something that we'd be able to do. We want to see how enrollment looks as well, so we can see what kind of space we have. But the goal is to begin the process of getting community input as soon as possible so we can identify the kind of middle school choice academy that is going to have going forward.
Well, I understand. I understand the answer, but we received 2 presentations, right? And then we approved an Academy of Choice. So is that not what was going to get implemented?
Well, the entire campus is an academy. I don't know, it's an introductional academy from what I understand.
So portables in the next year, Academy of Choice, I guess I'll take that as it's still pending. So some of these dates here on Sunday, and I know we're right up against the last 2 minutes on the clock here, right? So we obviously have district employees that are going to be working there on Sunday, and I just want to make sure that we're compensating them as they should be.
Yes, sir.
We're doing that?
The folks are stepping up. Okay, by law, we have to compensate.
Right. I
That
just
works, so,
want to make sure.
We don't screw people all the time. That works.
Okay, thank you for that reassurance. Lastly, the last thing that I have here is the cougar that's out in front of Shepherd now. And I know you probably don't have an answer now, but do we have plans, or I hope we have plans to bring that cougar back to West Campus High School where it was? Is that something that if we haven't thought about it, if we could get it?
Right now?
No, I think I said,
Something that we can-
I think I just said, we probably haven't thought about it,
Yeah.
but if I can get it, on the horizon,
Yes, sir.
so we can start to,
Actually, I asked the architects if they could source us one.
what's that?
So I actually asked the architects if they could source us one, so.
Source a cougar?
Yeah.
Like a live one? No. That's all I have, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Schuman, Dr. Flores.
Yes.
I just have one question for the PIO. When the marketing plan came to be, I think the proposal was that we were going to start having like welcome celebrations. Is that still in the makings? Does nothing
Yes,
happen?
so we wanted to throw a big party, but the campuses weren't ready, and we want to invite people in. So we've been going back and forth. We wanted to do meet the teacher. So I'm still going to have like balloons and stuff there, but we want to do possibly, we're discussing once school starts, a huge celebration, a ribbon cutting, make it a huge event. But we're going through the timeline of the renovations, and so it's been in discussion, and there will still be a big celebration.
But there's nothing concrete as far as a timeline or a date or when you're proposing that?
No, there's nothing concrete.
Okay. I just didn't want that to fall by the way.
No, and it isn't. I've had even discussions with Ms. Sendejo, along with the marketing consultant, that we are trying to figure out the best time. But we want to make sure that the schools are at their best.
Right.
So we want to make sure everything's set in place and that we can have the right celebration.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Collier, I appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Flores.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that's getting the campuses ready. And I especially need to shout out to those folks that are outside in that 100-degree weather, because when I do pass by and, I feel like wanting to buy a bottle of water or something, because they're out there and it's, it definitely, pours on my heart that, man, they're out there getting it done. And so I definitely want to take a moment to recognize and especially tell them thank you. And, all involved that are getting these ready, because I know it's a task. But I'm excited for what's going to happen on Monday. And so, the committee's going to be back. And so, but I know that there are those forces, the ground forces above that are working on this. So I just want to extend a thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Okay, anyone else before we move on? Yes, Ms. Flores.
I'm just wondering, Monday being the first day of school, will we be getting a weekly or a daily attendance enrollment on the campuses? As to how many students have been enrolled per campus?
Typically, when we do our board updates, we give you an enrollment update every Friday. So you get that. And this first week, we're at our meeting on the 21st. We'll be giving a report and updates of what our initial numbers look like.
Okay.
So you will be getting information regularly.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores. Ms. Flores, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. All right. Then we're going to move on. Oh, okay, Mr. Ibarra.
I know Mrs. Bobby, who is not with us anymore, and she was the one that was going to go over the academies, but my understanding for Kitty in the very last conversation we had was that it was going to be a lot of potential academies
Right.
all built into one.
Well, it was electives. It was a
Right.
group of electives, so we gauge interest.
And then based off of that first year, then we'd see what the interest was in taking that academy.
Right. And engage the community in the process as well, so that they can tell us this is the kind of academy we want.
So that's still the plan?
Yes, and Ms. Bills has been taking the lead on
I
that.
know Mr. Rodriguez had a question about that, but is that not your understanding?
Oh, yeah, no, I said that we got 2 presentations and we approved that very one. And my question and inquiry was more of, are we ready? How are we going to do that? What building are we using? That's what. No, I know it was I think Ms. Balzadua used a quote unquote buffet style, and it was precisely that. Let's give the kids several options, one semester, then another semester, and then we'll see what the feedback is from that, and then, that's how we, yes. So I agree with simply
But
that.
the housing of an academy then would be the whole school, right?
For
It's
this
not
year,
necessarily
right, for this year, we have the classes, wherever it is that the learning space is principal determines where their housing will be electives, yeah, that's on them. But once we actually establish an academy itself that's for a singular purpose, kind of like with the other schools, there's this designated area that's for that campus.
Right, and I believe that was the last thing Mr. Schuman said was, it's going to be the whole campus.
Yeah. I just wanted clarification.
Yes, sir.
That's still the way we're going. So, all right, that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we'll move on. Next, we have discussion of possible action. The first item is consider the approval of the pay and compensation plan for school year 2019-2020. Dr. Flores.
Yes, ma'am. That will have Mr. Schuman, and we also have ASBE representatives to assist us.
Okay, so the last time we talked about this was at budget workshop number 4, and there was a question about if we could have the salaries split up for the teachers. So what has been provided for you shows you that split on the teachers that are under 5, or between 1 and 5, and then are more than 6. So that gives you that breakdown that was requested on models A through E, I believe.
Was that just the building?
Yes, it was just.
Okay.
just-
I was like, I checked it right before I left the house, and I
It
didn't
was-
see it.
Can we get Michelle to make a copy of that? So we can
Sure.
have it.
And then if we go on to the other inquiries, there was request basically to have the documentation that we talked about last time as far as the stipends and the substitute pay, that was included as well. But really, there's no new information here presented. It's just looking at the same thing that we had last time, and I think we were just kind of wanting to get a better breakdown before we made a decision coming off the last meeting. But I'm here, and Mr. Ennis here for any questions you might have. We can try to.
Well, Mr. Schuman, what link is that? Where did you pull that up? Under budget workshop number 5?
The one that says pay compensation under DPA 1.
Oh, okay.
Those are the actual models.
Got it.
Can you scroll up to the breakdown, how you broke out the teachers?
Yes, ma'am. Is E the one of most interest that everyone wants to look at?
Either one is fine.
Okay.
Which one is that?
So this model here is E. This is
Okay.
one that,
I just need to jot down the breakdown of the number of teachers.
so 1 to 5 is 158 teachers at 415,000, and then the teachers, librarians, and nurses. And then over 6 is 434 units with 1,396,000.
Was that all your presentation, Mr. Schuman?
Yes, ma'am. There's no real new information other than closer breakdown of what we're looking at. So if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to.
Board members, are there any questions for Mr. Shulman on the pay compensation?
Well, yeah, we have the inquiries that were requested by the board members. Those were also added into the responses. Ms. Flores' one is the one that we were talking about that included the stipends at science and math, along with the substitutes and also the special ed and the behavioral units, self-contained behavior units. This gives you an idea of how we break down across Bexar County.
Board members, is it all right if we take a 5-minute break? Because we've got some more
Yes,
information,
yeah.
so we can review that before we make a decision on that.
I'm fine with
So
that.
at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
But we're still here.
Well, we can appreciate it. No, we can appreciate the answer. If we spend well, if we spend $3 million on air, we can't use it a lot. Increase the value. That was the algorithm for, they had an unqualified person, and then they said, the auditor said, well, we have some issues with respect to ethics, and TEA decided that was unqualified, and they gave an answer. I think we go to war with TEA about that, because I think that in practicing auditing is not one. I do. I mean, they didn't say what they said or anything of that nature. I'm serious. I think they're engaged in the practice of public accountancy without a license.
If you're going to do MS or DE, if you're going to spell it out, I think middle school is.
Counselors are in administrative professions.
All day long. I was like, when y'all get back, I better not hear that. So you this and you that. Don't come home until you have everything. No, it's funny. I'm sorry to see what we need that on the late night hours, so we're going to start to go there. 30 minutes earlier, 45 minutes earlier. Right. That's that. I just unplugged the Xbox. It's like, when they show up. These are strong. ask for a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Or
Yes.
just a clarification on one of these items?
okay, yeah, just a second. Okay, so we're going to ask one round of questions and then a second, and then the item will be up for a motion. So let's start with you, Mr. Gunn.
So, real quick, just on the, because I see it on every page. So on the counselors, I don't know if to direct the question, should I direct it to you?
Yes, and I'll have Ms. Cadena and you be able to articulate. Do you have questions for the counselors and teachers?
Yes.
On the same kind of expectations?
Right.
Statute ones? Ms. Matt, would you mind articulating a little bit more on how?
Okay, so, yes.
So what I'm trying to figure out, okay, first and foremost,
Mr. Gunn,
counselors.
excuse me, I know it's the way we're situated, it's hard to see the speaker.
Yeah.
Ms. Cadena, would you mind coming over here? Okay, so that I can look back.
You're back. I can put my phone on. So under administrative professional, I see that's where counselors are listed. But as part of the House Bill 3, they were required to have a raise with the teachers, librarians, and nurses.
That's correct.
So,
Thank you for having me here, board member, Madam President. Yes, for HB3 compliance, right, 30% of the new funding had to be spent on pay increases, with 75% of that 30% going towards teachers, librarians, counselors, and registered nurses. We call them the FAD 4, right? And so that was a requirement. However, the HB3 did not specify a certain amount for teachers, a certain amount for counselors, a certain amount for librarians, or a certain amount for registered nurses. They said 75% of the 30%, right? So with that said, the teachers and anybody that's on the teacher's schedule, as we develop those models, those on the teacher's schedule will be receiving the pay increase or percentages that we've set for that teacher's schedule.
for teachers.
Okay? Now, counselors, because we have them on the administrative professional, and the reason being for that is that their market is very different than a teacher, right? We have them in a pay range that's much more competitive, so that you can be able to recruit and retain your teachers and your counselors. But with that said, if you recall, the last time I was here for the presentation, I expressed that, we have to be cautious when we give pay increases to the administrative professional less than what we give to teachers because of the pay compression that occurs for teachers. When they get more pay increase, administrators get less, and we're talking about counselors, assistant principals. As teachers move from the teacher schedule onto the administrative professional schedule, they could easily see a reduction in pay from a teacher standpoint to a counselor and assistant principal, because your counselors and your assistant principals are receiving less, and so their salary levels are remaining stagnant or barely moving, whereas your teacher salaries are going up. And so sometimes, in our recommendations, we say don't promote people above others who have actually been doing the job, because then you create internal inequity, right? So that's one of the considerations. But when we model this and we see these, a much smaller general pay increase for the administrative professional, for your counselors, you'll notice that there are teacher pay equity adjustments for counselors right underneath that. So what we do is we create an algorithm, a formula, that looks at your teacher, at your counselors, and their total experience, and their new daily rate based on, in this model, 2%. And so if that daily rate is going to be less than what they would be as a teacher, it makes the adjustment to take them to the daily rate that they would make as a teacher. so that we can at least hold the pay for counselors to be no less than what they would be making as a teacher based on the proposed teacher schedule. So that's why there's pay equity adjustments occurring for counselors and for some other positions, also your assistant principal, so that we can try to alleviate that pay compression that's occurring when we give smaller general pay increases. So to your question, there's nothing that's specific that says if you give teachers a 4.7% or a 5.7% increase, that you have to give that same amount to counselors, okay? The only requirement from HB3 was 75% of the 30% had to be spent on the Fab 4, and teachers with 6 or more years of experience have to have a differentiated compensation.
So the teacher pay equity adjustments make up for the inadequate pay raise if we so choose to model that way?
That's, and all of them are broken down like that, where there are the teacher pay equity adjustments occurring. And so the lower the general pay increase,
The higher
the higher the teacher equity adjustments are going to be, or the more that they need to kick in.
Okay. And so they will be getting the administrative percentage that the counselors will.
They're on, because they're on the administrator, on the administrative pay scale, they do get whatever general pay increase is modeled depending on the model. And then with the equity adjustments, of course, that does get them to no less than whatever model you approve that would be for the teachers on a daily rate basis.
I think that's all I have for the
For now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elena. Any other questions on the pay compensation plan?
I just have,
We were going to go on.
Pardon?
I thought we were going to go on.
Yeah, well, okay. Ms. Martinez, anything? Okay, Ms. Flores?
yes, thank you. I just have a question for Dr. Flores. Of the models A, B, C, D, and E, what is your recommendation, sir?
Well, I mean, just looking at, just like Ms. Elena explained, Model A seems to be the one that addresses the compression factor with doing the increases for the teachers and everybody else, just for the simple reasons that she articulated. So that would be the ideal model to be able to address that and keep us on competitive still.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Any questions on that? Mr. Flores, any questions on the pay compensation plan? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am. Do we get 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not pleased with the fact that we just received this. And thank you for getting into the line of sight where they can see you and ask questions. I'm not pleased with the fact that we just got this. It would have been nice to have been afforded the opportunity to review this, because the very first thing that I see wrong here is the Model E that's listed up there on the header is different from the Model E that was presented the last time. The Model E up there says 6% and 7.4%. The Model E that that I recommended was 4.7 and 5.7. I understand that it's on the next line, on that first line. It says 4.7 and 5.7, but I don't know if that was just an oversight or if that has some type of intent.
I take
Okay.
onus on
Okay, great.
that one, yes. There was an
Okay.
oversight on my part, because we had to recreate them as we were having to do the breakdowns, because our templates are not built to provide you guys that information as was requested, and so we had to rerun our old templates, and we must have just copied and pasted on that, so I do apologize for that. But what's correct is what's below, at the 4.7% on this one and a 5.7% on that. So it would be the same as what we had on E, it's just not stating it on that top.
Okay. So on the Model E that I presented and recommended included counselors. This Model E you're saying now doesn't.
Well, it does include counselors.
So,
It-
right, in the
it
4.7 and 5.7 category. We included
not-
counselors, the Fab Four.
It includes counselors in the point of the 2%, while it's not the 4.7, it's not the 5.7, it looks at your counselors and based on their experience, if that 2% doesn't get them to what a 5-year or a 10-year, depending on their experiences, it's going to look at their experience as well, right? To do the calculation for the rate of pay or the increase. Based on their experience, if that 2% is not enough, that teacher pay equity adjustment is going to trigger or kick in to make sure that they're, on a daily rate basis, they're not making less than what the teacher's salary is that we've modeled. Whether it's the $2,600 increase for those 5 years or less, or whether it's the $3,200 increase for those 6 years or above.
Okay, so we've spoken to salary compression and equity. So House Bill 3 specifically says teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses. It doesn't speak anything to administration, it doesn't speak to anything of that. So if we want to talk about what are we mandated to do, and I understand, let's be clear that these are TASB recommendations, right? The Board of Trustees ultimately makes a decision on what pay and compensation plans we're going to adopt. So House Bill 3 specifically, and I like that, the Fab 4, right, specifically addresses teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses. So on the Plan E that I requested, that includes the Fab 4, correct? The numbers that I see up there, the 1.8 million total cost increase includes our teachers, counselors, nurses, and librarians. Is that correct?
It includes, the 1.811 includes the cost for teachers, librarians, and nurses, with the cost for the counselors being $26,608, above the 1.8 million plus the 67,401, which is the equity that has to be kicked in. So it is going,
So we're going to go higher than the 1.8 is what you're telling me?
A little bit higher than the 1.8.
Okay.
On it.
So my request was teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, which is what HB 3 mandates. And part of my directive also was to get us within what administration provided us as $7.9 million in new revenue, 30% of that being $2.4 million, 75% of that being $1.8 million for the Fab 4 of teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses. So when I received that 1.8, I thought that my request was being fulfilled, but now we're saying that it isn't. Now we're saying that it's more, and why?
Here. Well, maybe it was the Model E, maybe when I created the Model E, because we do have if you look on the following page where it has a breakdown as far as whether you need the HB3 requirement or not, we do have the cost in there for the counselors. You can see it's 1.9 there. Because we keep it separate, we don't categorize it underneath the teacher because it's not on the teacher's schedule. I understood it to just be the 1.8 million there with the counselors receiving the adjustments that they needed to get. So it is separate.
Gotcha. Now it's separate. So my concern is, had we approved this pay and compensation plan at this last meeting, there would have been an error, correct? Because we would have been under the impression that it would have included the counselors. But at 1.8, but now we're saying, no, it isn't, it's more than 1.8. That concerns me, that initially, when I requested this, it was at 1.8. Now we're saying, at the same request, it's going to be more. When my directive was, get us within the 75% of that 30%. That was my request. And now I'm finding out that that's not been met. And I would-
I think you're there. The last page says that the 30% of new revenue is 1.794. That's with projected increases of 1.8.
Right.
Yeah, you're a little bit above the one.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Mr.
Right. So, right, no, you're right. That was the goal, was to get as close as we could to the 1.79, right? Because at first we were at 3.1 consistently with all the plans, so then I said, wait a minute, let's see what it looks like if we fit in that with the numbers that were provided to us, right? Because that's all the data that we have is what's provided. Get us into that 1.79, 1.8, right? But now we're saying it's going to be higher, right? So we're right back, I don't know what the total is going to be, but initially we were at 3.1, and that was concerning to me. I wanted to see what it would look like if we actually, let's fall within the mandate, right, of 30% of the data that was provided, which was $1.79 million. I understand we're at 1.8, so I was like, man, we're excited. We're going to adopt this tonight. We're good to go. Now we're saying it's going to be more than that. So how much more is it going to be?
It's only, well, if you're just wanting the $1.8 million, it's $1.9 million.
1.9, okay.
So we're talking about $100,000 out of a $2.7 million.
No, I understand it's only $100,000 in that green scheme, but if we're looking to up the stipends, I mean, $100,000 goes a long way when we're looking at stipends, right? So the final number here is $1.9 million, and that addresses all of the Fab Four, right? The teachers, the librarians, the counselors, and the nurses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That, Mr. Rodriguez, that concludes your 5 minutes. Mr. Ibarra, you can speak now.
No, that's okay, I was just trying to help Gilbert. I mean, I was just wanting clarification on those numbers, but I think we're on the same page.
I got it now.
It's 1.8 and now it's 100,000
More at 1.9.
But, does that include also all the adjustments in there already, right?
That's correct.
So everything's in that number right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
This cost here, this $2.6 million cost that we have here is only specific to the physicians that would receive HB3 pay increases, right? So this cost is different from the total cost because the total cost on your model is, when you take a look at that Model E, that total cost is going to be $2.9 million, 0.9 plus, but it's because it has a cost for the other pay groups that were in addition to or above the HB3 requirement.
Okay. So my only question, Madam Chair, is, right, is, the subtotal on Model A is 2.764651, and the subtotal for Model E is 2.63581. The difference in those two plans is about $130,000. So those two models aren't way off. I think we're only at a difference of a little over $100,000 for between Model A and Model E. So. Am I reading that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's all you have, Mr. Ibarra. Anybody else have any more questions from Ms. Cadena? Pay compensation plan? I just have one, if I may, Ms. Cadena. The first Model E that was presented, which you got and you made the adjustments to, it looks like the cost is the same. Did it change any? The total cost estimate? It may be changed maybe by a couple of dollars maybe? Because the original Model E total cost estimate is $2,912,810.
Yeah.
And then your new proposal we just got tonight is $2,912,809.
Exactly. Our formulas, sometimes when we do our totaling, it may round up on, just depending if it's not happening from that. It may have rounded on the other one, but it's a rounding thing.
And I guess I just kind of, when I got the new page and I saw the 2%, I don't want the councils to think you're only getting 2%, because that's how it looks here. Like everyone else is going to get 4 per 7 or 5 per 7 if this is the vote chooses, and they're only going to get 2%. But that is not the case.
That's not the case.
Right.
They're receiving more than the 2% because of those additional adjustments that are kicking in. And you can see that those additional adjustments are more than the general pay increase. That's so, for example, in that Model E, for those 20 counselors, the 2% is $26,608, right? But if you look at the equity adjustments for them, we're looking at $67,401 on top of the general pay increase.
So I just have one last question. So I know these are all TASB recommendations, but what was presented to you in Model E, would this not also meet the mandate? I'm talking about the mandate for House Bill 3. Would this meet the mandate for House Bill 3?
Yes, because House Bill 3, 1, the 75% is let's say rounded $1.8 million. The cost for the teachers is the 1.9, that FAB 4 there. And then for the other group, you had almost a $600,000 cost obligation there, and you spent $730,000. So you've basically, you've exceeded the 30% requirement that had to be spent. And by the way, a large number of districts actually ended up exceeding, while 30% was the threshold, right? A lot of districts exceeded the 30% total, which is, basically what we're seeing here.
So actually, I guess we have two choices. We have the original Model E, or we have the revised Model E. Correct?
With the rounding of
Or A, B, or C.
or A, B, or C. Yeah, it's a rounding difference. It's not even, I'm talking about the calculations. But yeah, it's one has it ends with a $10 amount, and the other one is $7.
Okay, that's all. Anyone else on the paying compensation plan?
Are we still on first round?
Yeah, we're still, let's see, anything, Ms. Martinez, Ms. Pena, Ms. Flores, Mr. Flores, anything on paying compensation? Okay, then we'll go a second round. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So I am actually going to make a motion to adopt the Plan E that I recommended and that we got originally, because I do not believe that House Bill 3 is sustainable, as there are too many unknowns. I think a lot of us here have vocalized that, and it's consistent with the Commissioner of Education's position. That Dr. Flores has clearly relayed to us the Commissioner's position and his position and concerns, right? Plan E is the most economical. Plan E is the least expensive. Plan E is also extremely competitive with our surrounding school districts in San Antonio. Plan E will help retain and attract new employees. Plan E is conservative, but it's competitive. Plan E is supportive of the Commissioner's position, as I just stated. Plan E is closest to, and I realize she said that some school districts have, it's probably inevitable that you're going to go over a little bit of the 30% based on, now remember, this was a good faith estimate given to us by administration, right? So of the $7.9 million in new revenue, 2.4 of that is 30%, 75% of that is for teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses, which gets us at 1.8 million. All the original models A, B, C, and D were basically the same. So being competitive, most of all being fiscally responsible, and I know Dr. Flores talked about in his remarks teacher compression and the equity payments, and absolutely, yes. But we also need to zoom out and see, can we afford it? And for how long can we afford it? Because we've all had conversations and made statements about biennium, and we don't know what's going to happen when legislative session convenes again, right? Are they gonna take away money? I think somebody gave a number of billions of dollars last time that was taken away. Are we still gonna be, because we can't, Dr. Flores has said, once we give it, we can't take it back. So I strongly believe that the reasonings that I just gave, it's competitive. Mr. Schuman, the Chief of Staff, has given us updates on what our surrounding districts have done. And we're there, we're above there, up to and including our starting salary. So we're there. There was one thing that I wanted to point out, and it went to the administrative professional cost increase that's been provided of $370,000 and 937 cents. So I went back, as I always do, because for me, Board Book is this source of record. If there's, to me anyway, because I haven't been told otherwise, Board Book is a source of record to me. If there's discrepancy somewhere or disagreement somewhere, I go to Board Book, and it ties in with the board meeting minutes, and that's the official source of record. So I went back and looked at that. Over the course of the past 2 years, this past year or the past 2 years, well, we were at 145 administrative professional employees. The total cost of a 2% increase the 2 previous years were $224,274 and $268,899. And I know that the Chief of Staff at the last meeting, when I asked, I used my simple arithmetic and divided the sum of 4% by 2, and that gave me the 2% of $258,459.50. He responded that the formula is a little bit more complicated than it probably is, but based on that, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close on the number of employees, which was more for the 2 past consecutive years, at the same rate with the cost increase that was less. So we've all had the opportunity to give our feedback. We've all had the opportunity to listen to the superintendent. And if we're resourceful and take initiative and prepare diligently like we're supposed to as trustees, we take the initiative to go look for ourselves what the commissioner is saying, what TEA is saying. And I think even Mo Casey came up here and said that there's things that are supposed to be implemented in October that there isn't even direction for, right? So there are a lot of moving parts. There's still a lot of unknowns here. And it's up to us here as a board collectively to, yes, we definitely want to compensate our district employees. We want to take care of them. We want to be competitive, but we have to be fiscally responsible in doing it. So it's going to be my intent, once Madam President makes it available for motion, to move that we accept the plan as it was presented by me. But before we move, I don't know if I have 1 more minute left.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Gotcha. I just want to ask Dr. Flores a question. Dr. Flores, if you could answer this for me. In the Model E that I presented for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors with a total of 592 staff, with an increase of $1,811,622 can you affirm to myself and the rest of the board's trustees that we are satisfying the requirements of the mandatory pay increase for teachers, nurses, counselors, and librarians of 6 years of experience and above? Yes or no, sir?
I cannot personally affirm that, because that's up to the commissioner and to the state agency to determine. As long as the district's showing good faith, good effort, that's what is being requested and demanded. So if this is the board's definition of good effort, good faith, I don't have any reason to think why the commissioner would think otherwise.
But I'm asking for your opinion, sir. I'm asking, are you stating to the Board of Trustees that Plan A satisfies the mandatory requirements?
If you're looking at it in terms of monies that you're allocating, it's a 30% allocation.
Well, also the number of employees that your staff provided, the total cost.
Right.
Right. I just requested what I wanted to see.
Sure.
You guys provided.
We try to provide the best effort that we could based on the request we made.
So is that a yes?
Take it however you want, sir. Sure. Let's go with that.
Well, I want you to answer the question, Dr. Flores. Are we satisfying the mandate of HB3? Yes or no?
If there's a question, I can't tell you if you're satisfying it or not, but are you logistically, based on the monies that we're receiving and allocating 30% of the funding? Yes.
Dr. Flores, the question is if we're satisfying it. We're going off the data that you provided us.
Sure.
So the data that you provided us, does that satisfy House Bill 3 mandate for pay increases? Yes or
According to
no?
the information that we have, sir, yes.
Okay.
That's what you're
Thank
looking
you.
for. Yes.
That's what I'm looking for,
Yes.
yes, sir.
I would like to add, and I think that this was provided at the last presentation, that this is a snapshot in time information. And so it is the very best effort that we've made, and it's like that with everything. Everything is fluid right now, as you mentioned, but these are snapshot in time numbers of people that are in place, the time when we started the process, and there's lots of movement in and out, but the numbers that we have are our best-based effort in meeting the requirements as stated under HB3.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Mr. Rodriguez, I think you're trying to
Thank
say
you,
this.
ma'am.
Anybody else need a second round? No?
May I respond to, I think there was, and I'm not sure if there was a question, you made a statement about the cost being $370,937 for the administrative professional. For in the past, it's been 2%. In the past, when we made the 2% pay increases, it's been less. Keep in mind that in the past, the general pay increases for teachers were the same as those for administrators. And so if you give a 2% increase to teachers and a 2% increase to administrators, the equity adjustments that need to be at least run are not going to be as great. In this case, because of HB3, and we're able to, thanks to the legislature, able to provide the strong increases for teachers, we have stronger equity adjustments kicking in for those specific categories of the administrative professional that are resulting in a bigger cost. For example, we've got, over $100,000 in teacher pay equity adjustments in this model. So removing that from the cost, we're down to the $270,000, which is fairly close to your 2%. So I just wanted to get that clarification that the cost is not because we're giving them more. The cost is because we're making sure that the categories of employees that typically are connected to the teacher career path are not going to be paid less than what they would be paid as a teacher given their years.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. So we're second round of questions? Well, we were. I had asked for a second round, nobody said anything. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I would, thank
All
you.
right.
Dr. Flores has recommended Model A, and I tend to agree because I feel that all our employees deserve this compensation plan. Model E excludes some employees from that plan. The difference between Model A and Model E is $276,712. I believe this is sustainable. We'd still be fiscally responsible, and I believe that with Model A, it is the most competitive. We want to be able to keep our employees and continue attracting good employees, and if anything, all our employees, with the emphasis on all, deserve a compensation plan. And I agree with Dr. Flores' recommendation of Model A.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Hold on, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you, Ms. Flores. Your comments were well taken. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. I completely agree. Wholeheartedly, I do. We should do everything we possibly can. But it's not just administration. Plan E calls for a decrease from 3% to 2% for admin, a decrease from 6% to 5% for technology, clerical, instructional, auxiliary, and police. Plan E is calling for a small reduction across the board. In order for us to be prepared for the unknowns, and be fiscally responsible. And again, based on the information we received from the chief of staff, we're competitive. I would tend to think that we're probably going to be the ones that gave the highest percentage. So yes, do we want to get fiscally responsible? And mind you, the last thing I'll say is the previous board majority adopted a $1.7 billion budget that was in large part to being fiscally responsible with those pay raises. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, that concludes our second round. We do have a motion on the floor by Mr. Rodriguez to
No,
adopt.
actually, I haven't made the motion. Unless Flores has a motion.
No, I don't.
Nobody?
No,
Nobody's made a
she
motion.
just- I thought she did to adopt. Pardon?
There's talk about a motion.
Yeah, nobody's made a
Oh,
motion.
okay, all right.
Whoever wants to make a motion.
At this
but I-
time then, is there a motion on the floor if there's no more discussion on the compensation
I
plan?
have a motion.
Yes, Ms. Flores.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt Model A as per the superintendent's recommendation.
I have a substitute.
Okay,
Okay.
hold on. Do I hear a motion on Ms. Flores' motion? I mean, a second. Second by Mr. Ibarra. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, you said you had.
Yes, ma'am, I have a substitute motion. My motion is to adopt the Plan E that was presented originally, not this version that we just got tonight. But I like, it's going to be with the following amendment. So I move that we adopt Model E that I presented for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors with a total of 592 staff and a cost increase of $1,811,622,000. I would like to include an amendment there for the administrative and professional category for the total cost not to exceed $258,459. And to direct the superintendent to allocate that $258,459 at his discretion and to report back to the Board of Trustees how he allocated that.
Okay. I have a motion and an amendment to the motion, a substitute motion with an amendment by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I hear a second?
Point of clarification, if I may.
Yes.
Let's be clear that the Plan E that I recommended excludes AP 8 and AP 9. I just want to make sure that we understand that.
Okay. So now we're acting, at this time we have a motion, substitute motion by Mr. Rodriguez, and I need a second at this time.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Flores. Okay, so at this time, board members will be voting on the substitute motion first. Michelle, could I have roll call, please?
Mrs. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Ibarra Jr.?
No.
Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Mrs. Prado?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
No.
Motion passes. Okay.
Before we do this, I don't want to be able to put a fine on it, but I need to. At this point, that 250, we're going to have to bring this back for final adoption. Is that your understanding?
No, I thought the plan was.
I don't
we have to
think you
approve it
can
today.
give I'm not comfortable with you giving the superintendent the authority to reset elements of the salary schedule, which is what you just did, to balance it. I'm okay with you giving him the directive to come back and bring you back something for final adoption. And so it's whether it's final or not. So I'm not comfortable that we have a full-out salary schedule. So to the extent that we haven't taken a final vote on that, my recommendation would be, if you're going to go forward with that we direct the superintendent to do that and bring that back at the next meeting for final adoption.
They did just vote and it passed.
No, he voted to amend that motion. That's an amendment. We still haven't adopted the final motion.
Right.
That substitute is in the form of an amendment. So we still haven't voted the final recommendation. I don't know how we're going to spend, and I don't think that we have specifics about how we're going to spend that 258. And so I want to have that specific fully fleshed out. Do you make?
Yeah, so is it easier just to, let's adopt it as is?
You can adopt this as is, you can adopt it by changing any items on this list, but I'm not comfortable that you said the superintendent can go do something and then bring it back without final board adoption.
Mr. O'Halloran, I asked a question. So should then, or could Mr. Rodriguez rescind his motion?
The amendment.
Yes.
That would be a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
That it would be, yeah, somebody has to be made seconded by somebody that voted in favor of it.
Okay.
Can I make the motion to
Yes,
rescind?
you can.
Okay, so I move that we rescind my amendment.
Reconsider.
Reconsider.
All
Motion to
right,
reconsider.
second? All right, now we vote on the reconsideration.
Okay, hold on just a second.
That just takes us back to we haven't done anything, just so you know.
Okay,
Okay?
so all this is
Yes,
is
yes,
to
vote on it.
undo the previous action and then go back to a motion. Okay, there's a motion to be considered by Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Flores. Roll call, please, Michelle.
Mrs. Martinez?
Abstain.
Mr. Ibarra Jr.?
What are we voting?
If you vote for the reconsider, we're back to we haven't done
Back to square
anything.
one, right.
Yes.
So what are we voting?
To
The vote
reconsider.
he made a recommendation that we do Model E with changes.
Right.
My kind of analysis is the changes aren't, that's not specific enough for the final adoption, leaving you with either, let's get more specific about what we want to do, or bring back a final recommendation at another time. It doesn't matter, we just need to be specific. We can't just say superintendent adopt a pay schedule for $258,000 as you are comfortable with.
Okay, so, is
So
there,
we're voting to reconsider?
right,
The reconsider just takes us back to, we're going to have a new motion to do something.
That's fine.
okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll vote on the reconsider.
Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Mrs. Prado?
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
okay, motion passes. Okay.
Now, Ms. Flores has a motion on the table right now to adopt that.
Right.
It is, since it's the main motion, it's susceptible to an amendment if somebody wants to make it.
Right.
But that's the motion on the
floor right
floor right
now.
now.
Okay,
And that's already been seconded, correct?
that's already been
And it's
seconded.
been seconded.
Okay, so I would like to make a substitute motion
That would be an amendment.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez.
that we adopt Model E as, my Model E as presented, as a pay compensation.
Model E, that's what's on this page?
No, the original one, not this one, it's the
Not the revised.
previous, not the revised Model E.
The reason why I'm trying to figure out is that, so you're going to delete all these equity adjustments, is that, it's not like I'm trying to argue with you, I'm trying to understand what you're doing, okay?
Yes.
So your Model E said we're going to do this raise, which that they did, which is the top line, the 4.7 and the 5.7, then the technology, the police, the clerical support, that's all in. Where there's an argument is that in this middle thing, or where I don't understand, is this administrative professional.
That is the Model E, Mr.
That's the Model E. The original one that was presented.
All right, so we now have a document, all right? That is the model, which is very good. All right.
So we can proceed now?
Yes, we can, if we know, if we have a very specific set of instructions. I'm trying to get a specific set of instructions.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the motion is, Mr. Rodriguez, is to adopt Model E as presented in its original, I guess. Okay. Do I hear a second on Mr. Rodriguez's motion? Seconded by Mr. Flores. Okay, this is a substitute motion. So at this time, we're going to be voting on Mr. Rodriguez's substitute motion
It's
first.
an amendment, okay? So the amendment is to replace, if this passes, then that becomes the main motion, and then you have to vote to adopt it or not. It's an amendment.
Okay, so it's not a substitute motion?
It is not, it's an
It's an
amendment to the original motion.
Okay. So we have an amendment by Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Flores. Mr. Ibarra had a question.
Well, that's what I was going to clarify, that be, now this, if we vote on this and it passes, this becomes now the
Main
main
motion.
motion.
The
Or
main motion.
And then we have to vote on it.
Then you have to vote on it again, yes.
Okay. Any more questions, Mr. Ibarra? Okay.
I didn't write Robert's rules.
All right, can I have a roll call on the amendment? Michelle, please.
Mrs. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Ibarra Jr.,
No.
Mr. Flores,
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña, Mrs. Prado,
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
No.
motion passes. Okay, now we're going to vote on the
Main
main
motion,
motion.
which is the Exhibit E as just adopted.
Okay, all right, so do I hear, because we have to make another motion, right?
You have to, but there's already a motion, so
Okay, so now we're
it's
just going to
just
vote
called
on
the
the
vote,
main
but
motion.
now it's just
Okay.
have a vote.
Okay, so now we'll be voting on the main motion, which is the adoption of the Model E as presented. Michelle, a roll call please on the main motion.
Mrs. Martinez,
No.
Mr. Ibarra Jr.,
No.
Mr. Flores,
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña, Mrs. Prado,
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
No.
motion passes. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on now.
Madam Chair.
The next,
Can we have a copy of what was just approved?
That would be good.
yeah,
It was the
I would
original.
recommend.
You guys needed to present it to us. You should have.
yeah, you should
Oh,
have.
because there
it.
was no Model E last time that you gave us something to work on, right?
We will include a copy of, we'll make copies of
Yeah.
this at the break, and I'll include a copy of this document in the
Yeah,
minutes.
because I think Dr. Flores, this is
It's on the 14th.
Okay.
in the format.
As long as we have a copy.
We'll also make a copy of this piece of paper is
Okay.
included in the minutes,
All right.
because the HR director over there is trying to figure out what to do.
All right.
Exactly like you said.
Okay, next we have budget workshop, but I think Ms. Flores had a
Yes,
question.
before we leave this item, thank you. On the teacher stipend, thank you for doing this. It gives us an idea where we fall, and TASB recommended that we look at for the math and science teacher stipend, secondary math and science teacher stipend, that we probably should look at the $2,000 stipend to be, to be competitive. So my question is this going to be discussed during the workshop before we adopt the final budget? Is that going to be part of it? Or should this have been part of the compensation plan?
All right, this is a part of the compensation plan. The difference is this, and just from a purely legal point of view. Once you set a salary, and the teachers have a contract, and we're inside the non-withdrawal period, then that's done. As soon as you set that, that's your salary schedule. Stipend schedule can be adjusted in the future at any time that you want, because stipends are not part of the contract. So it should be adopted initially as part of the salary schedule, because that's your whole part of the compensation. But stipends, unlike the salary schedule, unlike the pay schedule, for contractual employees I'm talking about, not non-contractual, can be changed. So it's not as binding, but it is part of the compensation plan. And I might point out that compensation plan with respect to the stipends both pays the amount and identifies the classifications of folks that are eligible for those stipends in terms of what that does. So,
If I may, please, I think your question is at what point can you make the recommendation to adjust the stipend?
Right.
That's why you have items number 3, consideration of board recommendations or directives regarding the 2019-2020.
Is that where you were
Then
planning on
you could
discussing
make
it?
the recommendations
Okay.
at that time.
That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So next item on the agenda, then moving forward, is actually the budget workshop number 5. Dr. Flores.
Okay, so on this one, what we've done is we've done budget using Model E. I love that face.
You're the first.
And we know that was the request right see if we can find a way to balance it.
Yes, sir.
And now, we're going to have to tweak it a little due to some changes with the models. So we'll bring that back on the final. But, so if you'll notice here that workshop number 4, I brought in only what we had under Model 8. And then for workshop number 5, if you can just go down just a little, perfect, thank you. You can see that we have done some proposed salary reductions and 10% budget reductions from Object Code 62 to 66 in some of the different functions that were identified as being able to sustain them. So if we go to the next page, thank you. On the next page, I've kept the same format that Dr. Flores wanted to keep, so y'all can refer back from workshop to workshop, so no one is having to go back from one paper to the other. And if you'll notice down there on the very bottom, all we're doing here is proposing the salary reductions of $1,234,000, the 10% proposed budget reductions on the 62 to 66 that I just referred to, $1,188,000, and then the salary cost estimate for House Bill 3 Model E. This is where it might change a little. We'll firm this up, and but that was approximately the $3,378,000. So that balances our budget, and I do want to remind everybody that this is just a budget. It is an estimate of revenue, it is an estimate of expenses, but as of right now, in the snapshot that we have right now, everything is doing wonderful to be balanced. So on the next page, we can go on down. I just wanted to let the board see where we had identified, kind of like scoot it over the perfect. Thank you. This is our.
May I stop for a minute? Can we get, that's a lot of information. Can I get a hard copy of that? And is that something that Michelle can make a copy of?
Yes, definitely. Yes, ma'am.
And we also want a hard copy, going back and forth. It's hard.
You want to take another 5 minute break?
We can. Anybody needs another 5 minute break? Okay.
It's 10.
Okay.
I'm actually almost through with my presentation, so yeah, I can definitely make these real quick.
Okay, because it's not, I mean, we're just getting it,
Yes.
so we don't have the chance to digest
Yeah.
what your recommendations are. But we can take a 5 minute, Dr. Flores, we can get 5 minutes. Okay, let's take 5 minutes to get a copy of that.
So that's, I was just trying to get specific.
Yeah,
Make a copy, stamp it, and make copies. And then make copies and stamp it.
Yes, sir. No, it's going to be on August 7th.
If this is what they adopted, whatever that is.
It is.
I don't know where. This is it, right. R126, adjustment.
Okay.
Let's try to get.
So on August 7th.
Well, money's money, I don't want people trying to get us, let's be clear about it. Extra $100 a month, extra $100 a month.
Yeah, turned shiny.
I'm looking at Model E from August 7th.
Sure.
And I'm prepared. I'm
Sure the doors aren't gonna
not
jam, right?
Right, yeah, all together.
4.7 and 5.4. They're not listed on that.
But if you look at the total number of employees,
Oh, the 592 includes them, but they're not listed there. Okay.
it's just not broken down. They're all.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure. Michelle, for the record, I didn't ask for hard copy.
I'll make sure you get a copy of that. The one with the original.
Yes,
It's on- it's on-
right here, director.
Yeah, it was on August 7th.
Yeah, mine, they're more important than me.
Oh, he's short.
rather? Or if you're good to go, we'll pick on 5. And
Can you tell me what is the total savings that you're proposing?
on page 5, the $1,234,000 for salary. And then on the next page, if you go to page 6, it's $1,188,067 for 62 to 6,600. And what we did here was we broke it up by object and by function. So try to get the board by function object all the time. And as we bring it back for the final, it'll definitely be broke down correctly after the salary is put in the new model. E for excellent. So we go to,
I'm going to use that.
but what we did on, can we go back to 5? No, did that answer your question? Pardon? Did that answer your question?
Yes, I did, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So back on page 5, what we did is we explored all of the, we looked at all the different functions at positions that were available right now, and what could be potentially not filled. And so these were all positions that was addressed at the time. So that's how we got the $1,234,000, and we budgeted approximately $66,000 for teachers. You never know if you're going to get one on a high or a low, so we just always use $66,000 for our budgeted number. So that's what I'm using here to actually take out of the budget. And that periodically can change depending on the salary scale that changes and the benefits. So if you go to the next page, please. Thank you, Scott, driving you crazy. On here, as I alluded to earlier, this is the 10% reduction by object code and by function. You're bringing us to the $1,188,000 reduction in functions. Excuse me, 11, 13, 21, 23, 34, 36, 41, 51, 53, 61, and 81. And
So.
we did have numerous functions that we did not touch, but these were the ones that could sustain the reduction, the 10% reduction from the 62-66.
We also swapped on this one, function 51 and 81, because 51 has a lot of costs that fall within these categories that are more along the lines of non-negotiable, the things that we can't control, service such as electricity or utilities or insurance. So that's why we swapped those, but the amount, the 10% amount is still the same.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. And some of the things that he's alluding to is the utilities, the phone charge, things like that we definitely can't do without. So we go to the next page. So here is our food service. Thank you. Here is our food service, and Scott Stevens prepared this for us. And if you'll notice, it's a decrease of last workshop on workshop number 4. But if you go to the next page, on page 9, I'm actually explaining to you what the difference is. We are increasing our revenue in that little box down there on the left. The rationale for that is we've had the CFP Super Stack for, this will be our second year to have it, but it was, we had more realized revenue than what was budgeted, so it was under budgeted last year. So we're actually budgeting a truer number for this upcoming year. And also we're expecting our sales at the additional campuses that we're opening to increase our sales for food service. So that's where we're increasing a little bit there. We are also we're increasing some of the expenditures and decreasing some of them, and I lined them out here. Additional payroll costs for new campuses. We will have to adjust this depending on the E model. We did a little bit of cost increase for salaries, but I don't know if it'll be enough, so we might have to tweak it some. But that'll be brought back to you at the next board meeting. Reduction in marketing contracted services due to all of the schools are finally finished and all the marketing has been done. Possible steam table for Shepherd and DeWine, possible steamer for Benavides. Now, the reason why we say possible is we have to apply, they have to be approved, we have to go through the whole process. So that is in the works. So we do have excess fund balance that we're trying to spend down, and that's some of the needed items that have been isolated. We're also looking at a possible freezer fridge monitoring system, and that'll be, some of it will be in the equipment and some of it will be hardware and software and supplies. So that has to also be approved before we can do that. So a lot of possibilities, but y'all will definitely keep y'all abreast of what all is going on. But that's why the budget did come down, basically because of the marketing. So it actually kind of helped us with the salaries and everything else that we're trying to do. If we go on to the next page, this is just, the debt service did not change from workshop number 4 when we look at model 48 cents, because that's the tax rate that we're proposing. So we just left the exact same data. Cutting into our fund balance by $350,000, which the fund balance can sustain. And that's it. That's our workshop number 5.
Board members, are there any questions for staff on their presentation for budget workshop number 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Kaiser, very efficient and detailed as usual. Thank you very, very much. So going back to the page 5, the proposed salary reductions at workshop 5, you said that you were looking at positions that were not filled?
Right now, they are not, they're empty. They're vacant. Yes, you're right.
And they've been empty for how long? The entire, this past?
I do not have that information.
Okay.
Sorry.
But you identified positions that aren't filled right now? And
Absolutely.
that hadn't been filled?
Yes.
Okay. That was my question. Yes, ma'am. Thank
Anyone
you.
else have questions? Yes, Ms. Williams.
Along those lines, on the event that once we know what our enrollment is and we get to sometime in October when things level off,
Yes.
then we'll know that we're going to be having to hire more teachers because of the number of students. So that we would have, I mean, that's
We would love
almost,
that.
that's a
That's a
given.
good problem.
That's usually a given.
That's a good discussion.
But then we would be coming back for an amendment to
Right.
budget
Yeah,
because
definitely.
we would have to be hiring those teachers and we would have to, that would increase
Yes,
the
ma'am.
budget.
I'm not shy to bring a budget amendment to the board.
You shouldn't be.
Right. I mean, it behooves the students.
And
Anything else, Ms. Williams?
No, thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Villar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what's the proposed deficit or surplus for this workshop if we adopted the model that, is this the Model E or is this the Model?
Well, this is including Model E, that Model E was going to be approved for compensation.
Without the
That helps
reduction.
us get
The
the
budget,
tax rate.
that was budget workshop number 4. That was without the reductions of the salaries and 62 to 66. Oh, in the same line. Can you go to page 3, please? Thank you.
Every nickel.
Sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Under, if you'll see, there's 4 different columns in the expenditure. Okay, and what I was doing, I was just keeping the workshops, the budget workshops in line. And what I did is, if you'll remember in budget workshop number 4, we had A, B, C, D, and E. I just brought over E, thinking that that's what we were going to approve tonight. And then I added 5 with the addition, with the deletion of the positions and deletion of the reduction of 62 to 66.
And what does that give us?
Balanced budget.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there should be a 0 right there.
Oh!
I'm just kidding. I was just making sure that
Very
that's what
true.
we're.
Yes, sir. It should be a
There's
0.
not even a nickel left of it.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Yes, sir.
Want to make sure that that's what I was doing.
Yes, Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Rogers?
No.
Anybody else?
I just want to make a comment.
Hold on, Mr. Rodriguez, your second round.
Sorry.
Any more first rounds, anybody? No? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I just want to make a comment that that's probably the most efficient way, right? Let's bring back and create the positions as we need. Right? I know that's probably what's been here in the past, placeholders or whatever you want to call it. But that's probably the most efficient and most fiscally responsible way to do it, is to identify the need, come back, bring it to the board, attach a dollar figure to it, and then, hey, okay, we need it, let's do it, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Countless hours put into that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sure. All of this, I'm certain of it.
I think that concludes the budget works number 5 presentation. I did have some, I didn't know, because I know how busy administration is, if you were going to have time to bring us a balanced budget. So I'm
They were working the midnight oil.
I'm sure. But being who I am, I always come up with my recommendations. And that's what it's about, to come up with suggestions on how can we save, or how can we balance the budget. And ironically, great minds think alike. So your functions and my functions almost mirror each other on how we came up with reductions. So I'm going to share it with you.
I'm so excited.
I'm going to share it with you. The only difference is maybe in the staffing, on the position staffing. So I'm going to go ahead and share it. I'm going to talk to Dr. Flores. You know, you can take my recommendations or not. You seem to have a pretty good budget, but since I did all the work,
You might as well. Come on.
you know, I think I'd like to share. Let me go to your functions, Ms. Kaiser. I think we're real close.
And remember, it wasn't just me. This is a team that has a lot of hours.
So on your capital outlay proposed reductions, you actually have function 11, and your reduction, it says 62 to 66, but I went ahead and did each one. On function 11, I did 62, 300,000, 6,300, 100,000, and 6,400, 100,000. So that came out to 500,000, and you have 367. You have function, there's none on function 12. I had none on 13. You do have a reduction on 13. On function 21, you've got 17,000, and I came out with out of 6,200, 10,000, 6,300, 25,000, and 6,400, 10,000, which gives a reduction of 45,000, and yours is 17,000. Function 23, yours is 20,000, and ironically, my 10,000 from 6,200 and 6,300, 10,000 were the same 20,000. So, and then function, there was nothing on 31, 32, 33. On function 34, you're proposing 55. My proposal was 10,000 from 6,200 code, 6,345, and 6,415, which would give a reduction in 10, 4, 5, 6, 75,000 versus 55,000. And then function 36, your reduction is 71,000. I actually was looking at 6,200, 50,000, 6,400, 50,000 for a reduction of 100,000. And then on 41, your reduction is 64. I went 50,000 to 6,200, and on 6,400, 50,000, which was 100,000. Function 51, your reduction is 100,000. I went high because that's a large amount of money. I went 500,000 from 6,200, 6,300, 100,000, and 6,400, 100,000. So your reduction is 100,000. Mine was 700,000. Nothing in 52. In 53, you've got 75,000. My reduction was 25,000 at 6,200, 25,000 and 6,300, and 66,000, 2,500 for also reduction of 75,000. So we came out the same with those numbers. 61, I didn't have any. You had a reduction of 560. Function 81, your reduction is 400,000. Mine was 50,000 from 6,200 and 100,000 from 6,600, which would have been 150,000, and you have 400,000. So I think we're in the same ballpark, more or less, exactly. So my reduction, your reductions were 1,188,000, mine came out to 1,785,000. So that was on the capital outlay. And then on personnel, because your personnel is the elimination of those vacant positions, my recommendation was to eliminate 5 administrative professional positions at an average cost of, I think you said 66, I averaged it to 72,000 because, you know, it's a mid-round. Like you said, some are high, some are low. So that would give us a cost savings of 360,000. So, and then we also have sufficient money in our workman's comp, 300,000 from workman's comp to supplement also, which gives me a grand total of my reduction. From the general fund reductions, it was 1,785,000. The elimination of 5 administrative professional positions was 360,000, and the 300,000 for workman's comp would have given us a total savings of 2,445,000. So that would have given us a surplus of $2,934. So we're pretty close. So these are my numbers. Of course, Dr. Flores, you have your numbers. I'm going to share this with you. You come back with whatever recommendation. We do have to adopt the budget, but these were my recommendations. I don't know if anybody else has recommendations.
At this time, I don't, but if you provide that, can we see those as well? Or I'm just interested in the totals. What were your total?
Okay, my total.
Your 1,785,000.
It was for the reductions in the functions was 1,785,000. And that.
Got the functions.
Okay, and the elimination of 5 administrative professional positions was 360,000.
And what was the average you used for that?
72,000.
72,000.
Right. And then the transfer from the workman's comp was 300,000 for a total of $2,445,000, and our deficit was $2,442,066. So that would have given us an extra $2,934 in surplus.
I didn't know I got to use workman's comp.
Yeah. We have, remember, we've got enough in there. We've got close to $2 million
Oh, I
to
totally
cover everything. So yes, exactly. So good presentation. Numbers are good, and I'll do this so you can make a copy, Ms. Kaiser, for that. Okay, so that concludes our budget workshop. There's 2 action items that we need to still deal with, and that is action item consideration gets those. Number 2 is consideration of board recommendations and or directives regarding the 2018-2019 annual budget. I didn't know if anybody had any amendments they wanted to do for this last budget before closing. If anybody has anything on this particular current budget, now is the opportunity. If not, then there'll be no action needed on this item. Anybody have anything on the current budget? Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, so there's no action on number 2. And number 3, it's a consideration of board recommendations and or directives regarding the 2019-2020 proposed annual budget forecast. So I think, Ms. Flores, I think you had something you wanted to share.
Well, I wanted to thank staff for putting together my request from a couple of weeks ago to see where South San fell in comparison to other school districts that are within our area for the stipends that TASB had presented and had made a recommendation that the math and science secondary teachers have an increase their annual stipend to $2,000 versus $1,200. And I believe we have 3 school districts within our area. San Antonio, Somerset, Southside is $2,500. And then we even have Edgewood and Harlandale at $1,500, where ours is at $1,200. So my recommendation would be to up it either $1,500 or to $2,000. as well as the special education self-contained stipends, where our district falls at $1,500, and the lower scale is $1,000 for Somerset ISD, the highest is $2,500 for Edgewood. I would recommend that those are very difficult positions to fill, and they work tirelessly with those students as well, so that we would up it to 2,000. When we're looking at the teacher substitute daily rates, I'm pretty comfortable with where we're at. I think we're pretty competitive there. We fall within the market group median, where in some cases we are above that, with a non-degreed at $75 and the market group median is $70. The degreed is at $95 with the market median is $80. The degree certified is $100, and we're talking daily, where the market group median is $90. That's the short term, when they sub from one day to another day. On the long term, I think we're pretty much also in line. Say somebody comes in and takes over for 6 weeks or so, a couple of months, depending on what the nature of the teacher being out. Where the degree person earns $105 a day versus the median market of $90, and the degree certified at $110 versus we're pretty close to that at the $112, the market group median. So I'm not proposing any changes there. I'm just saying I'm glad that we're within the, we're competitive there, and the number of responding districts was 34, 35, so we had a good group that we saw there. So I think we're doing well with trying to attract good substitutes in our district. My only recommendation would be to find out how many teachers from the math and science secondary it would up the salary for. I'm not sure how many that would be. Is it 10, 12, 20? I don't know. I'm just, putting numbers out there. How much are we looking? How many teachers are there? As well as there shouldn't be that many special ed self-contained teachers in our district that we could at least up it to.
I think it says on the bottom.
Oh, there we are. Okay, I wasn't even looking that far down. Okay, yeah, 28. Say you up it another $500 more. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's going to break us. As well as 57 of the teachers that are self-contained. Just my recommendation to be in line with what TASB is proposing, that we give our teachers a yearly stipend of that, because it's for the year, one time, or maybe they divide it up twice. I don't know how they do it, but that's how much they get, more per year.
How many secondary,
28.
special ed, 28?
Oh, secondary, it doesn't say, it just says teachers receiving, well, no, I don't know how many self-contained behavior units there are, but it says teachers receiving stipends are 57 under the special ed self-contained category. But under the math and science secondary, there's 28 teachers in each category, 28 math and 28 science.
So we don't know that if the 57 special ed, how many of those
Or self-contained. I don't believe we have that many in our district.
But we have to do that.
Yes, I mean, it's possible we have
It's
57.
a lot lower for
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure there's 57 special ed, but I'm not sure about
the
self-contained.
behavior units, right? The behavior units, right?
The behavior, yes.
Doesn't have to be something.
No, I don't think so. So we can look at those numbers.
Yes. In fact, Mr. Howland, if I may, I have a question regarding the stipends. When the final budget comes to us, and after Dr. Flores, all the compensation plans and the budget is his final recommendation of the budget, because it's got to be approved on the 20th. At that time, Could those numbers come to us with the exact number of employees and the cost? And we could make an amendment at that time to include those stipends once when we adopt the budget? Because we can amend the budget even into that last day.
Yes, you can, my recommendation is that we do final adoption of the entire pay plan as part of the budget, okay? So what we did tonight with E and all this is all still preliminary, it's a modeling thing. I understand we're probably not going to want to revisit that, that's fine given the nature of the discussion. But the final official adoption of that will be as part of the adoption of the budget. The pay plan in its entirety will be as part of the budget adoption. And yes, you can amend it at that meeting. You can do E too, I mean, if you really want to, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not saying that. The final adoption of the pay plan should be as a part of the budget adoption
Yes,
process.
and I think the question was having to do with the stipends.
Stipends are part of the budget, are the part of the pay plan.
Right, but my question is, Dr. Flores is going to come back with exact numbers of how many people and the increase in their stipend. So that we'll have a cost, because right now we don't have a cost.
Yes, and you
So
can
at
adjust that.
At that time, Ms. Flores can make the amendment to include that in the
Yes,
budget.
and you can adjust, make whatever adjustments with the basic.
I'm sorry. Is it safe to say that we can just bring the budget with the stipends as is, and then at that point, with the number of teachers specifically it will impact,
Yes.
you amend to increase?
And then she can amend it to include that part at that time.
Or to bring 2 models.
You want double the
I would
work,
think
man?
that's
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think as Dr. Flores recommended, I think that's the best way to handle it. Right, that's fine. I do have a question. Although I know you've given us our numbers and a balanced budget, but we still have not received the July actuals yet. Is that something that we're going to be getting anytime soon?
It's just August. No, ma'am, we're not finished yet.
Oh, there's no July actuals yet.
No, ma'am, we're barely getting the bank statements and everything else. Yes, ma'am.
When do you anticipate we could get the July actuals?
I'm not positive. I don't want to give you a date, but I can tell you we'll work on it as quickly as we can. After we get this budget presentation for the 20th finished.
Okay.
Because that's going to be our next, we're going to do the start of that tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I know that we got the June actuals, and I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
That really gave a good picture of where we are,
Thank you.
but that's only up until May, right?
Yes,
Well, June,
No, that's June.
actually it was
Yes,
June,
ma'am.
that's in June. So we still have July and August. And I know that the August amendment is coming to us on the 21st.
Yes,
That's our
that is correct.
So in between the 21st and now, can we get the July actuals, or?
My staff will kill me if I say yes. All I can do is say, we will try. I'm
Because
sorry.
I think the July actuals will give us an even clearer picture on our numbers.
I understand this part, but the problem with that is we're not even reconciled yet. And we don't want to bring you numbers that are incorrect,
Absolutely.
unless I just bring you tentative numbers,
Right.
which that's like bringing you trash.
And that's, okay.
I want to give you what you want, but I can't give you what you want, and I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay,
So-
that's fine.
All I can do is get it to you as soon as I can.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Then we'll just, when you can give us an idea of when we can get it, you'll let
Definitely.
Dr. Flores know.
Oh,
And
yeah.
all
As
that.
soon as we can get some, she'll be the first one to come tell me, we're ready.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're done with the item on number 20. I do have, Mr. Hammond, there was no, on number 2, there was no recommendation for the 18-19 budget, but can I come back and bring that back up, because I do have a question on that.
Can you come back on,
Number 2, which is the action item, consider recommendations and or directives regarding the 2018-2019 annual budget.
sure, we haven't taken action on
Yeah,
that.
there's been no action. So I'd like to bring that back if I could, because there is something I'd like to recommend, just like Ms. Flores made her recommendation, but it would be for this year's budget. As we know, Athens is not, that campus is not going to get a after-school program. Those kids are going to be have to bus to Carrillo for pickup by their parents. So I would like to recommend that staff, with Dr. Flores, see if they could come up with a recommendation how we could fund that program there for this year. There's teachers there that want to be able to be there with the kids after school to help them, like the Head Start program does. They help them with homework, tutor them, whatever they can. So an estimate of what it would cost us to have the after-school program there at Athens for this coming year.
Just to get you an estimate on it.
Yes, a cost estimate on that. And let's see if it's feasible. And if it's feasible and it's doable, then at the time of the budget adoption, then we could also make an amendment for that. But I like the cost estimate. And of course, that's going to be based on enrollment and based on how many kids participate.
Right.
So, okay, so if I could get that cost estimate as well.
We'll give you the best estimate because until the
Absolutely.
enrollment numbers show up.
Absolutely, yes.
Well,
But I think it's only fair. It's not fair that those kids are going to have to be bused to another campus, and the parents are going to have to be driving to several campuses to pick up their kids. So I'd like to see those numbers if I could. Okay? Yes, Mr. Levine.
Yes, and we had actually a previous discussion before on the master teacher stipends. I certainly don't want to, I mean, I know there's probably going to be amendments, but if we can afford the superintendent an opportunity to give us an estimate, what it would look like, and I appreciate the answers that you gave previously of how many master teachers we have and what the current stipend is. So I'm also looking at the TASB presentation on where we sit with our stipends for our master teachers, and I think Ms. Senejo gave some feedback on that as well. So if we could see just whatever your recommendation might be to get close that gap a little bit, to be a little bit more competitive, because I mean we're pretty wide here in some of these categories as far as our master teacher stipends. If we want to, how I like to say, be beyond mediocre, we need to attract higher quality teachers if we can. Does that guarantee that we're going to get them? No, but if we can certainly close the gap here between the median and what we're currently given, it's something that I would certainly be interested in seeing Dr. Flores. If you could, I can't tell you what or how.
Right.
I can look at the number of teachers that were provided and where we sit now. If you could come up with something that we can close that somehow, I think that would be something good for us to consider.
So just to revisit all the recommendations, so one is on the stipends for math, science, and spec ed, right? The other one would be for master teachers.
Yes,
to be
sir.
able to be more competitive.
Yes, sir.
Trying to close the gap.
Yes, sir.
And then the only question that I have about yours now is out of the 18-19 or the 19-20?
18, 19.
Okay, so you still want to pull that out?
Right.
Okay.
And I think I have to agree with Mr. Rodriguez. We need to retain our master teachers. We lost a tremendous amount of master teachers, and not under your leadership, Dr. Flores. Lots of experience and knowledge there that just walked out our doors because they weren't being supported and weren't being appreciated. And I think their expertise and their knowledge is valuable. You know, not saying that new teachers are not, because they come with new ideas, but they always need a mentor, and your master teachers are there to mentor them. So I think anything we can do to keep them and to keep them from leaving, I think we should try and do that.
And
Okay, so no other amendments? Anybody else? No? Okay, so let's move on. That concludes our discussion of possible action items, and now we have our closed session. At this time, the board will now convene into closed session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074.
So we don't have to take any action on I mean, he's already got the what we would like to see.
Right, okay, the recommendation.
It doesn't have to be in a directive, he's already covered. 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Number one is consideration of trustee complaint against superintendent. And the time now is 8:42. Okay, we're reconvening our meeting in the closed session, and the time is 9:58. There is no action item, so do I hear a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn?
And a motion, do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Adjourned.
I'll be making your own.
All right, see you there. See you there. See you back at 8:30. Hey, we have, are you guys still there? No. Okay, I just had to. Did you get a key there?
No, that will be good.
Okay.
Sorry to.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Still haven't done that.
Oh, yes, sir. You're moving in the area, right? That's why I felt comfortable. Oh, I know. We're not doing it. We're not expecting anything. I did that. Yes, sir. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, sir. So I felt comfortable that we were hired.
If I can do something for y'all, you'll know who to hustle.
I do.
You better.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right.
Sir?
Ma'am, thank you so much. I just completely love, I love it. Yeah, it's like, I look at it, I'm like,
Well, the heart's in it, you gotta reach.
I know, and I'm like,
I love it.
yes, ma'am.
And you know, I mean, it's not the kids.
Right.
And that's, I understand that's what y'all's agenda is.
Yes, ma'am.
So what a wonderful agenda.
And I want to use that for excellence.
You like that?
Yeah.
All right, sir,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Good night.
So thank you so much for staying, I appreciate it. And tomorrow, you want to leave me late? Check. Well, what's your call? Oh, good. Oh, okay. Hey, we've got all the cafeteria things about that. Okay, so that should be finished tomorrow? I love it. Sir, thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate all your support. All that.
Good night, gentlemen. Have a good one. Yes, sir.
I saw Mike in the office this morning. I was like, oh, wait a minute.